Okay, I have got that microphone back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream, and yeah, we're watching our numbers rebuild here slowly. When we flipped over the stream, we lost over half of our viewers, but hey, I'm sure they will be back. For those good people who did manage to get over here, I see less than half of you have bopped that like button. Help us out and give it a quick bop, please. And that gets the popularity up, and that means YouTube's analytics will get out there and help out and push a few more people in here, so that'd be really cool. Anyway, welcome everyone. Glad to have you all on board here. Of course, what you're seeing is the eruption that has taken place. And yeah, Yvonne Kunkel says, rest in peace, Grindavík. My thoughts are with the residents. And yeah, I do have to say the same thing. I really feel saddened by this. You know, having a little bit more of a personal connection, if you will, to the place, and having been there and actually, you know, I talked with the good folks, and you know, it is what they did. Did they seal the wall? Atheos, they did seal the wall right at the highway or Road 43. But the berm was breached by the fissure a little further to the east, so we have that lava flow plus the fissure, of course, continued to open up further south yet at a southerly extension, and that material is now in Grindavík. It is hit the streets of Grindavík, just about top center of your screen there, so it is what it is. Anyway, I want to say a big welcome to all of you. Also, big welcome to our moderators, Arizona Snowman and Piggy and Sue and C&D Boy and Yvonne Kunkel. And of course, Yvonne is out in Sicily, not able to see this for herself, but it is what it is. She is looking at Mount Etna. And of course, that is what we've got. So, yeah, and of course, this has now been, what, about 5 hours since the eruption of the Icelandic time. It was about 7:57, I believe, is when it started, and it is now 1:12. So about 5 hours ago, and that is what we've got going on here, and it has been progressing for those who are just joining. So that fissure is now approximately 2 kilometers in length. It did break right through the berm. The actual fissure did. So the berm has become kind of useless in the eastern side, and we know that there is lava that has gone around it, and of course we've seen the extension of the fissure open up further towards a town, and there they are zooming in on it, and you can actually see that it is very close to the first home, and it is now on the streets of Grindavík. So this is what's going on, and the destruction is just starting. I'm just getting here. What's your plan for this? My plan is that I am going to be on here for another 15 minutes or so, and then I am going to go have some sleep. I need to do that. Unfortunately, we are seeing smoke coming from that first home that the lava is touching, that you can see there, and I think we're going to be seeing some fires in Grindavík shortly. There's no sense in sending in the fire department to put them out, because that is not going to do any good. The first home is going, and that is at time-wise at 13:14 is when the first home is kind of being destroyed. So it is a very sad time for all of us, especially of those who have memories of Grindavík, having been there and seen what the beauty of the town was, and the kind townspeople. And we have people in here in the chat. Andre, as an example, who had, while he was living in Grindavík, from what I understand, has a house there. Not so certain about what the status will be, but Andre was, he works for search and rescue, and this morning he, when they got the order to evacuate, he did go in with a bus and a police escort to get out the rest of the people that did not have cars. So everyone was evacuated from Grindavík, so there are no people there other than search and rescue and the workers that were working on the berms, etc. So that is kind of where that's at. Just to give you an update, and of course we are continuing to watch what is going on. We do have the multiple camera feeds, and right now they're all kind of showing the same kind of an area. This is the MBL feed. Of course, you can see the fissure along the eastern side there, as well as the extension of the fissure right very close to town. So there's the eastern side, and here's the fissure and that first house right there. There's your greenhouse. There's the berm right there, and of course the berm was breached out here at this point. So the fissure basically popped right through it. It did not care if the berm was there. So that shows you how much power this has. It really just didn't care. And of course this is an extension here, and pardon me, we may even see further extensions further into town, and possibly even down into the areas around the harbor. And once it does that, if it does do that, in fact, there's going to be a lot more issues popping up very quickly, as in the gases for when the magma or lava hits the water, salt water, of course. So you're going to get bad gas there, as well as we may end up, if it does open up a fissure in the water under the water or ocean floor there, we may see some explosions happening at that point as well. But for right now, I think our main concern, of course, is the poor people of Grindavík are losing everything they've got. So there is the shot from the Thorbjorn roof camera, and it is pointing down at the place where that first house is, and there's the lava flow, and as you can see, that is as far as that fissure has opened up, and the lava is flowing down the hill into Grindavík. It's not quite as steep as it looks from this angle, because we're up a little bit high, and it has a little off cue here. It's not that kind of a huge decline here. It's a relatively slow gradient, if you will, So the camera angle makes the big difference here in the way that is set up. Anyway, let's go back to this shot. This, of course, is what is happening here. What we can see, the lava continuing to flow in from the east to the west along the berm, and it already has inundated Road 43, and it is now on the western side, and there's the curve area here, so it will start to curve southward once it gets past this corner. But we know for sure Road 43 done completely. And this is the steam pipe right there for Grindavík. That has now been run over by magma or lava as well. And that is what we're seeing there. So it is what it is. And yeah, it sounds like you're sitting in a helicopter. A doctor. Oh, am I in a helicopter? Ha! I'm trying to report here from the helicopter news. It may sound, my voice is starting to go too. So anyway, yeah, that's what we're seeing here. Sleep time. Yep, Piggy, you are pretty much right there. I am going to have to go get some rest. I have had very little sleep. I had 2 hours since this started here, so we've been going at it and been doing our thing here. I am going to leave. I don't know what I'm going to put it on here. Let's see, how are these multi-screens looking? We'll be able to leave it on this one. Yeah, I can leave it on here for right now. And I am going to leave it on. We'll leave the map on, and I'm sure these displays will be good enough to make sure that everyone can see. I want to make sure that I got everything going here. Let's see, this one I want to click on. Okay, and make sure all 3 cameras are moving. There we go. All right, so I am going to go take a few hours here. I'm going to do 4 hours of sleep. Sue says she only got 4 hours. Yep, have a good sleep, Doc. We'll head out to Etna for a walk. I need it now. See you later. All right. So yeah, everyone that's here, if you haven't yet hit that like button, help us out. We're trying to get that going, get those likes up there. Share out the stream if you can. We did just reset it, so we're good for another 11 hours and 39 minutes before we have to reset again. And yeah, get some good rest, save the voice. Yep. Yeah, we'll come back on once I get to the point of knowing what I'm going to do here. So hang in there, everyone, and enjoy the views. And I definitely will be kind of back in a little while. I need to get some sleep and rest my throat as well. So be good, people. Be kind. And just take it easy in the chat and everything, and I'll be back in a while, so we'll leave this on and throw the music back on. So we'll see all of you in a little while. And again, don't forget to hit that like button, and if you haven't subscribed, hit that subscribe button as well. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, leaving this in automated mode for now, and we'll leave it on there. Here's some music, and I'll see you guys in about 4 hours or so, or 5 hours, something like that. I'm gonna get some sleep and then a shower and some lunch and all that. So be good, and here's the music. Thanks, everyone. And there we go, that microphone is on. Boy, oh boy, what a night and what a day. Welcome everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and you are watching VolcanoX Livestream. Of course, we are watching the happenings there on the Reykjanes Peninsula in Iceland. And we've seen the fissure open this morning at 7:57 a.m. And of course, it blew right through the berm. The fissure actually went right through the berm, blowing the berm to bits and pieces where they had built it. And of course, everything is mayhem after that. So they did manage to get all their equipment off of the berm just in time. The lava was very close to what was going on, and very scary situation for everyone there. And yeah, so welcome everyone. Happy Sunday, January 14th of 2024. And as you can see on the screens, there is all kinds of mayhem happening there. So anyway, let's get at things. First off, a big thank you to all of our moderators, Arizona Snowman and Piggy and Sue and Yvonne Kunkel and Siggy and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and CND Boy and Gura. I haven't seen Gura yet, but I'm sure he'll be along. And the rest of the moderators. Thank you, moderators. Piggy is there saying done. Hojo, what? It can be Dodge. Anyway, or can be done. Okay, I got it. I'm trying to keep up with the chat. There's so many people in here, there's no chance for me to go through all the names and say hi to everyone, so I will just put out a general hello and welcome everyone. I'm glad to have you on board here on our Sunday show. And wow, what a way to start stuff off. Yeah, it is just absolutely a mayhem as far as I can see. 141 in here. Yep, Colin, thank you. Volcano is done. LFI 13 January. On the 13th of January, the volcano is done. Well, hello. The volcano is very active. I don't think it's done. I never did think it was done. It was building and building and building, and we were watching the rise of the area and the popping point. Well, we now know where the popping point is. Only 3 homes lost so far. Yeah, 3 or 4, maybe 5 in there that are now being affected. So it is looking more like about 5 of them that we know of. Anyway, it is what it is. Thank you, Valerie, for that wonderful super chat. Valerie, appreciate that. And I'll get that written down here so I can say thank you at the end of the show. So awesome. Appreciate it there, and we try to do what we can. I got a total of about 6 hours sleep. I was up, I went to bed for an hour, came back, went to bed for an hour, came back. Third time I did that, got up, and it was there. So it was happening. Anyway, it did start 7:57 a.m. and it did start over on the eastern side of the flat portions from Hagefeld on down to just about right in town, and that is where it basically pops. So we have what we will refer to it as the South Fissure is the one on the top left. That's the one, that's the chunk that's closest to town. There's a little area in between the actual fissure, and then this one is like a little southern offshoot, if you will, and that is the one that we're seeing throwing out all that lava, and that lava is now inundating the town of Grindavík. It's already taken out a bunch of houses. From what I understand, we can see that is already taken 4 houses, or 5 houses, sorry. The one that was right there, and the one beside it, and the one across the street from it, and then 2 a little further down over. And if I try to get on the right screens here, some of my screens, obviously, since I had to reboot, are not working very well. So if we point to this, the house that was here is gone. The house that was beside it is gone. This one across the street is now being affected, and there's 2 over here that are on fire. So that is a total of 5 so far. And of course, there are others that will be affected very shortly here as this lava continues to come out of this portion of the vent and flow into town. So we'll see that continue in here. And the scary part is, if it continues on that path, it's going to get over towards the gas station and basically Road 43. We'll kind of look at that in a second as far as the mapping goes. But for right now, I just wanted to kind of point that out. Some of the other views, of course, when we take a look at these screens here, we see this is from Thorbjorn. You see a bunch of flashing lights down in the forefront here. That is workers working on shoring up berm areas and stuff like that. The berm did hold along the edge so far. Unfortunately, over here in the back end where that berm is, it broke right through. The fissure developed right underneath that berm and basically blew it to bits and pieces. So the berm is not going to be stopping much in the back end there, and hence some of that material got around and is sitting there just north of town, and that is going to end up filling up and starting to flow that way as well. And of course the other area here is the other extension, or our south vent, if we want to call it that. And here you see the caterpillars and so on, backhoes and everything else that we're working on. They shored up the road crossing here. We can actually go back in time a little bit and see what it looked like during daylight hours for those who may have missed it. And this is actually, this is, I'm on the wrong screen, sorry. Let me get on the right screen. I got too many screens to look at here. I'm trying to, they've moved around since I had to reboot. So we'll get this here, and this will be a little bit better for you to understand what I was referring to houses wise. So this house here, and I think it's this one that was taken out, and I believe that one is affected too. So these 2, and this one, and that one, and then there's one a little further over here that is now, there's a couple over here that were on fire. So that is kind of that view, and you can see that fissure and of course that lava flowing in right into the streets of Grindavík. So that is kind of what we've got on that shot. Let's go to one of the other cameras. This one they moved over there just recently. I actually wanted to go over to this shot, and let's see if I can find that camera. Things, like I said, things have moved around so much, it's hard for me to locate anything right now. Again, this one we want to back that up a bunch so we can see daylight hours. There's a good shot of there's a road 43, and you can see that the berm has held. There's your our whatchamacallit there, the greenhouse, and that is what's going on there. There's the end of that fissure, and there's the restart of it, or our south vent, if you will. Coast Guard ship is standing by out in the water in case anyone needs to be evacuated. We did hear, well, Andre was here this morning. We were in, or well, that was last night, this morning, whatever it was, when that earthquake storm happened and they ordered the evacuation. He informed us that he was, because he is part of search and rescue, he went and got the bus, and most people had driven out still. This is prior to this road being blocked, and they were able to get out. And if we back that up a little bit, I'm just trying to get it back to a point. Yeah, that lava had already gone over there at that point. Let's see if we can go back a little bit more here. They were panning around quite a bit with the cameras. Here is, yeah, where they were digging and really quickly pushing the material up there to block that road off. So that is what was going on. The steam pipe that you see there, it was definitely inundated. And let's see if we can back that up just a little bit here to see a little bit more. Yeah, and that lava, of course, came right along the edge of that berm. We watched it going across the road here, so not good. And of course they've got the trucks standing by with all kinds of fill to help dump over there and fill up that area. And it is what it is. So pretty nasty as far as the way this thing is transpiring. And then of course the lava continued to flow. Now you notice there is no berm down here, okay, and that is something that is kind of a problem because that lava flow is still proceeding over into that area, and they were working to try to resolve some of that. So that is what it is. Dr. Fox, did they ever remove the petrol from the gas station before the eruption started? I do not know, Mars. I'm assuming that they would have pumped the tanks dry, or well, pumped them dry and pumped water into them, and to keep them from having gaseous explosions. That would have been the wise move, but we don't know. The water vapor, well, the vapors, yeah, Grandma B, that's the thing is you fill them up with water, and that gets rid of all the gases in there. It forces the gases out. So hopefully that was done, and hopefully that is something that we won't have to worry about. I don't know if they did that though. That is something that they've done here in places where they've had wildfires coming towards towns. They've literally gone in and pumped the tanks dry as they can, and pumped fresh water into them to get that to stop those explosions from happening. So that is something that is on a hopeful basis that they've done that. Anyway, we'll put that one back on live. That is the scene now. That is what we're seeing. Scary as all get out. And for me personally, it's very, very heart-wrenching. Seriously. Having been in Grindavík, having enjoyed the kind people there, and the travel through it and so on. Beautiful place, and to see the destruction over the last couple of months here is just horrible, and there's just nothing that we can do to stop it. It is an act of nature, unfortunately. When you live on a volcanic island, such as Iceland, it is a volcanic island. Just because Grindavík has been there for 800 years, the kind of thing, and basically, they haven't had an eruption right in Grindavík. This is the first time. So that is something, they've had flows go past it, they've had fissures open up, all kinds of catastrophes in the past, but this is what, there's a first time for everything, and that's basically what's happened. We now have a lava flowing down the streets of Grindavík, and very, very sad. Very sad. Yeah, wow. For me, it's, like I said, having been there, having talked to the good people, thanks, Piggy, it is really a saddening situation, and I really, really feel for those wonderful people. They've gone through this horrible hardship, and being forced from their homes because of the earthquakes, and now this morning at least, 4 a.m. a wake-up call for them to get them the heck out of town, and at least everyone was cleared from town. So the loss of life is at a minimal amount there. The only and for now, I'm going to basically just say we know of one person, and I'm going to say he's missing. He's not presumed dead yet, but he is missing, and that was that worker that fell into the crevasse, and the search, of course, was called off because of multiple issues there with collapses and so on. Was here for a long time in 2021, and yeah, Yvonne, that's the thing too. Yvonne has that special connection to Grindavík as well. The place had a charm. The people were friendly, and the people were kind, and it's very, very hard to see that type of stuff, the destruction, and it really is heartfelt. It's really, really hard, and trying to keep it together emotionally here is something that is kind of difficult for me right now, because I try to keep myself focused on what I'm doing here in the show. One of the things I do want to mention, it really does look like that our self-vent here is picking up the pace. Those plumes gushing out of there seem to be bigger, and Piggy tells me it is break time, and I do need to go do that. I'm going to take that break. We're going to continue on with I was just there early October and drove through Grindavík and enjoyed the town very much. feel for your emotion. Thanks, Marco. Okay, awesome. Anyway, yeah, not liking the fact that we're seeing higher gushes of lava coming out of that south vent. Hopefully that will subside, but it is one of those things. And yeah, like I said, our heartfelt sorrows go to those people of Grindavík, and it's a devastation, you know, to have all that happening, and I don't know how to deal with it. Anyway, I will put you back on the multi-screen for now. I still have to fix some things, so as we go along with the show, we'll repair them as we go. There's no sense in me trying to do too much here all at once. It just overwhelms me. So anyway, be good, be kind, everyone. Hang in there, and if you have not yet hit that like button, please do that. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, if you're lurking, peeking in from the outside, you might want to hit that subscribe button. We've got a lot more information coming, and this show, we have a regular show every day, so that is what we got. So anyway, let's do that. I'm gonna go take that break, everyone. Don't go away. Here's some music, and we'll see. Well, we'll make sure all the screens are working. I think they are all going right now, so we're all good that way. Nothing seized up or stopped. Here's some music, and I'll be back in about 5, 6, 7 minutes. Linda, welcome, and yeah, welcome to everyone. Glad that you guys are here. So for the newcomers, if you take a look, some of the links that are being brought up by some of the members and non-members alike are interesting charts that you can bring up, and we will cover some of those areas as well, as far as the rumble charts and that kind of stuff, the uplift map, etc., etc. So we'll get to that when we come back from the break. Today's show, by the way, will be primarily focused on Iceland, so we won't be looking at the rest of the world like we typically do for too much, but we're going to just see you know, what we can focus on here in Iceland. Anyway, don't go away. I'll be back, and here's some music. Thanks. we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And wow, Oz just popped in and gifted a pack of free memberships there. Thank you, Oz. And that is a very awesome of you. And let's see, all kinds of people I've never heard of got them. Thank you, Oz, for gifting a 5-pack, and that is very, very good. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs, everyone. Let's see if I can find them in between everything. Thanks, Henry and Alba and Connie, and let's see, King Colin and Linda Schoof. And let's see, what, Doc? Let's see, I don't know what. I don't know who either. And thanks, Going South, and Oz, nice to have you on board. And thank you, Hermie and Fluffy, and Lisa, and One Fish, and wow, I'm sure I'm missing a couple in here. Thanks, Kiran, welcome, and Tanto, thank you. Still scrolling here. Thanks, Sue and Ariane 6, and Sophie, and everyone else. Okay, if I missed you, I do apologize. Anyway, it is what it is here. So, yeah, if and Sharon Stewart, of course, coming in singing "I Hear You," DrFox2000, and Yvonne Hates Injustice also just popped in. Welcome, and thanks, Geoplanet Jane. I appreciate that too. Okay, so yeah, that is awesome. La 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 la, Doc. No, no la la la's today. Sharon, my voice is not liking me. I still have that snuffles for some reason, and it is, and so still in there, unfortunately. A little bit of that cough too, but no more fever or anything like that, so it's a lot better than what it was, but not gone yet. Save the voice. Yep, I will try. Anyway, we kind of wanted to point out where this all started, and of course when we go to our earthquake map, and I know I haven't really done anything with this since the computer had crashed, so let's zoom into the Reykjanes Peninsula. We've got it set on 1 hour, and that is what we've got going on here. I'm actually going to change that setting to 10 minutes to get rid of the other quakes, but before I do that, let's go back to 12-hour mark, and this is what we were seeing 12 hours ago. And if we go back a little bit more to 24 hours ago, that is the mess. Okay, that is the pre-eruptive mess. And we're seeing over 890 earthquakes in the last 24 hours. Majority of them are right in here. Okay, and this is just a pre-eruptive activity, and that is where it is. Some of these that were really bothering me were these ones down here. We had a 3.48, and that is of course a 4.4 kilometers down, 3.18 here, 3.1 kilometers down, and let's get rid of that. There's some other bigger ones in here. Anyway, kind of because we're on that map, let's use that as our demonstrator. I'm going to put this down to 10 minutes, and that'll get rid of pretty much all of the stuff, and I can draw on the map. We'll maybe zoom it out just by 1 notch. There we go, and give you a pretty good idea. So if we put in the dike, which is the red line here, and these would be the outer outskirts of the dike. Now, the push area, if you will, on both sides over Thorbjorn through the naval radio towers and so on. And as you can see, going up here, this is where they had the other berm. That's the power plant right here, and the Blue Lagoon. Singerfeld up here, of course, and this is Hegefeld. And the previous eruption, of course, took place in this region. So that was interesting, but what actually ended up transpiring now is, let's see if we can get our screen working here. I don't know which color I have going. Okay, a red first. Yeah, so I'll draw kind of the line that we see, and it started just on the foothill portions of Hegefeld over here, and basically came down like this, and then we've got kind of a spot like that. If I'm pretty close to being accurate, I don't know if that's exactly where it is, but that is approximately 2 kilometers in length of eruptive area. You know, roughly. Don't quote me on that. And you know, somebody can take their ruler out there and do their thing, but that is what it is. And if we look in here, you can see the greenhouses are right there, and of course they had the berm prepped from across the. Well, I think I went a little too far here with that berm, but that's okay. And of course, right in this point here is where the berm basically blew up. Okay, the fissure was right underneath it, and it didn't care that that berm was there. It just did what it did. And then, of course, we see the new lava coming out in this region here, and getting into the houses and flowing in that direction. Again, my map is not 100% accurate, so please don't use that as you know, something that everyone would look at here. But just to kind of give you a general idea of where that is right now, and that is kind of what's happening. So not sure what we can do or watch in the future here, but if that lava does follow through on this path here and continue to pour in, then of course it's going to create some issues. Now we also have, because it breached through here, that lava did flow over here and is kind of sitting in this area here as well. So once that builds up enough, it's got to flow somewhere, and I'm going to kind of guesstimate it may end up flowing. I got to get on the other screen here. It may end up flowing out in this direction a little bit, but we've already seen that there are areas that are looking at this area of town. So you know, if this flow from the general fissure increases a little bit, we'll see that. And again, the other thing too that we got to keep in mind is, how long is this thing going to stay active? And that is the big thing. If it's active for a couple of weeks, I don't think there's going to be much of Grindavík left. Okay, if it's only active for a day, that may be able to save a bunch of things, but I at this point in time, I am unsure of what is truly going on as far as volumes of magma in the ground. Now they had talked about that in a few of the other videos about what the scientists were saying about the amounts and so on, thinking that it was more than what we've had in the Fragranfjall eruption, the original one. And that is always scary when you start seeing masses and masses of millions of gallons or millions of cubic meters, not gallons, but cubic meters of magma underneath that area. It is scary. I'm gonna wipe this out for a second, and let's see if we can kind of just zoom out on that map a little bit. And of course, you know, the thing was that it was the hot spot was always over in this region here, okay, and that is where the sill intrusion was doing the most uplift. And of course our power plant is where are we here? Yeah, power plant is right here, and that is where that sensor is basically located. Let's see if, well, we can probably zoom in on it, but I'm going to just leave it right there. But it's right in that area. And when what we were seeing, and then we seeing the eruptive activity here at Singefeld, you know, seeing it pop open over there, it kind of was okay, because I mean that didn't affect town at all, but everyone was always worried and saying, well, it's going to happen down in Hagefeld. And this time around it did actually pop just south of Hagefeld, right on the southern edge of it, and southward. And you know, for a community that hadn't had an eruption there ever, or at least not in the last 800 years, they were feeling pretty confident with that. The major problem was, of course, the cracks, the fissures. You can't fill those things in all the time, and it is what it is. So can't predict what a volcano will do. No, you certainly cannot, Sarah, and that is very, very obvious. So let's clear this off, and we'll get to a couple other things that we want to look at. And I need to put my seismicity sensors and a plate boundary back on here. There you can see both, and we'll zoom in a little bit. And our sensor that used to be over here, the MEH, well, MEH is gone, okay? MEH is under the lava, so that sensor is no longer performing. So we can no longer take a look at what we got going there. It's unfortunate, but MEH is toast. It's buried in lava, so it's not going to do much. What we can do, though, is take a look at the Grindavík chart, and there's the chart here. I'll make that bigger so you guys can all see it well. And there we go. That is the onslaught of the eruption, or the seismic activity, and then the eruption. And we can see it is starting to wane off a little bit, but of course the initial shot is always the big one, and we'll see it wane and kind of draw down a bit. We'll see what happens there in the future with that one. I'm just going to close that for now. The other important thing that we normally looked at was, well, it's not supposed to be there. Let me get rid of, well, we'll get rid of that in a second. I gotta find where my chart is, and there it is. So I found it. We need to do this way. All right, give me a second. I'm going to load that up. This is the uplift chart for our region over at Schwarzschild, and we'll get that on the screen for you, and we'll make that happen. Let me just straighten that out just a tad bit, and we'll get everything into place. Okay, sliding over and looking at the eruption. There you go. This is where it erupted, and that was the magic threshold point. Funny thing was, it had dropped a couple points, came back up one, and then bam, there it is, way up, and that is the threshold point, just about right off the scale. Funny part, though, is we're still seeing it rising. and that is scary. And that is telling us there is still magma definitely being pumped into the sill, and that is something that is going to be frightening, and may indicate a little bit more longevity to this particular eruption than something that we may want to see. So that is kind of what we got going on. Anyway, that is there. Scary as it may be, not much we can do about it. Let's leave that one be. We had a look at this. I do want to set this map back to having at least 1 hour's worth of quakes. If we put it on 12, actually let's put it on 2 hours. There you go. So that is kind of the last 2 hours. That's what we've got there. Break time, a noodle poodle. Okay, got it, a piggy. We'll get that back on there. I noticed this 3.1 on here, and that is not there. Where's the 3.1? 3.1 way out here in the water, ladies and gentlemen. So we did have that last night as well. Some movement way over here. A 3.5 out there, and a bunch more down here. So the whole system, the plates are moving. Anyway, let's zoom back in here and leave it on there for now, and we'll pop onto here and make sure those cameras are all moving, and they are so far, so all good. All right, I'm going to go take a break, and the reason I have to take breaks, you guys, is because of my cold and everything, and my throat is kind of not so good, so we gotta take it easy for the time being. Once my cold and everything is completely gone, I'll be a much happier man. All right, keep smiling. If you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop if you can. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, if you're peeking in from the outside, just kind of lurking, please do not hesitate to hit that subscribe button. Turn it from red to gray or white, whatever it is on your screen. And don't forget to hit the bell notification. That'd be awesome. On those friendly notes, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 minutes. But here's some music in the meantime. Don't go away. Thanks. And their microphone is back on. Sleepy Dormouse says, thank you for keeping the stream going while surfing or suffering. Yeah, no worries. They're sleepy, and we try to do what we do. The show must go on, right? That's the old saying. Anyway, thank you very kindly for your wonderful support there, and that is all good. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs. Of course, I'm missing names here. People are already saying welcome back before the song was even over, and that confuses me sometimes. Thanks, friend, and let's see, who else was in there? Sue and Alba Girl, and welcome back, the one and only DrFox2000. We love you. Thanks, Piggy. And thanks, Full Circle Florida, aka Florida 360. Thanks. And thank you, Peter Greenleys and Roger. And let's see, who else we got here? Paul Williams. And my chat just popped down a whole bunch here. Paige and Frajola. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. Save that voice from Sharon Stewart. And thanks, Colin and Ariane 6 and Mars and Ecat Vids. I think I got everyone now, including a Wonky Donkey and Sasha and Ray, and let's see, Wonky Donkey, yeah, and Spectre Fox. Okay, thanks. Going south. All right, enough of that. So that is all good. Anyway, looking at this, how scary it would be if the people were home and were watching fireworks out their window with what's going on there at our south vent of this particular fissure. And of course, as you can see, we've already lost a bunch of homes there, and of course that lava is continuing to come out and progress. So it's just a matter of time before it does more damage. It is a kind of a piling up, becoming block form lava. As it pushes through there, it'll be kind of like a bulldozer, and of course it's going to set on fire anything that will burn because of the heat. So it's a terrible situation for the town of Grindavík. I don't know how the so-called fissures that are there, that is going to be interesting. The ones that were not filled, this will fill them if it starts flowing over top, and this will fill up the fissures. Now, the one I'm thinking of is where they lost a man, and this is kind of headed right in that direction. And if that gets down into that fissure and gets into that water, we could see some explosive action happening there. The berm is really just waiting to be overflown, but not stopping lava per se. While going south, that berm, of course, got blown to bits and pieces over there when the fissure opened. Okay, so that is one of those things. But yeah, getting back to the part about the lava getting down, pouring into that fissure. If we have enough lava all in one shot going into it, we could have a very, very bad explosion. As that, of course, steam being created from the lava hitting the water and it vaporizing the water into steam. What is it, 1,000 times the volume kind of thing, and very quickly will want to rush out of there. And if you've got a couple barrel fulls of magma going, or sort of lava just pouring in, and that water is there, we're going to see some action Um, Met Office being destroyed by lava and excavator running from the lava between two streams of lava. It's nearly got flooded. Yes, I did watch that this morning. That will be on our stream. You will be able to see that as well. There, Kimmy, and we watched them take the machinery out of there, and they were in a big hurry to get it out because that was on the berm, and the lava was already pouring around the berm area there on both sides. So very, very scary, and we're glad they got that out. We also have the footage there where the I didn't record it as per se on other media, but the part where it actually consumed that light post or a generator that they had sitting out there, completely gone. So the lava really doesn't care. It's just gonna go do what it needs to do, and that is the way it is. So anyway, right now we're obviously seeing this thing still in action, doing its thing. Commando calls to my kitchen. Piggy, while you're there, you want to clean out the bottom on hoof tiptoes. She's up to something. The only place there is the freezer. It's pretty full yet, so the other stuff. I did get rid of some of the science projects, so you'll find it fairly healthy in there. Anyway, grabs a wonky donkeys, stuffs him in the bottom. Wonky, while you're in there, clean up, would ya? Caught Piggy. Yep, she's just sneaking around. I don't know what to do. Anyway, typically at this point in time in the show, we usually show bacon seeds, and we will do that. And for those who are not familiar with bacon seeds, well, when you're looking at a lava, when you see a lava flow, it does look like bacon. And of course, where do you get bacon from? You get bacon from bacon seeds. And we've had a kind of a tradition since Piggy joined us there way back when, and we like to show some cute little bacon seeds. So let's get over to those, and after that we will get back to the nitty-gritty of what the heck is going on, what the future may hold, and we'll try to go through some of the reports. And that is going to be a little bit of a challenge as well, getting through some of them. I know there's a lot of stuff that we kind of have to look at there. Anyway, I'm trying to do stuff here in the background. It's not working so well. All right, let's leave it there. Let's go to bacon seeds, and here is our first bacon seed, or last bacon seed of yesterday, and we'll get to our first one for today. And Wonky Donkey, are you here? Wonky Donkey, paging a Wonky Donkey, paging Wonky Donkey. We found a friend of yours, Wonky Donkey, and I hope he's here. Yeah, Wonky Donkey, there's one of your relatives. I just wanted to point him out. What? He's stuffed. Wonky Donkey was here. He's stuffed in the fridge. Okay, no wonder he can't see it. I just figured we'd show him his little relative here, and that was kind of cute. Anyway, we'll leave him be. Let's get on to our bacon cousin Wonky. Yep. Here's our first bacon seed for today, and that is a Texas mini pig. and look at how small this little guy is. It's a one-hander, and that is a very, very small. That's my niece. Oh, wonky donkey, and that is your niece. That is cool, and that's always nice. Let's go to the next one, and here's a couple of them right there. These two are impressive. I'm more liking the one on the right hand side though. His snout bopper looks a little bit more real than the imposter on the left, and it is pretty awesome. Little bacon seeds, so a twofer. Yeah, well, the one is an imposter, so you know, it is what it is. Left imposter. Yep. Let's continue on though. This one is heading for the food bowl. It doesn't look like it needs to, but it is heading over there. And that was just trotting along, just a little guy. And next bacon seed, well, and this is one that was keeping warm up on the couch and with a nice sweater on. And that is pretty impressive. So very, very awesome. And I was going to say very cool, but it's actually staying warm. So that is all nice there. Next one is this one, out and about outside, wearing her whatever that is, kind of an outfit. Checkers, easy to spot. Okay, next one is this guy, and that was that looks like a Christmas sweater affair. So that is pretty cool. We'll leave him be, and we'll get to the next one. And this is another one that's outside, and a very dainty look on this little piglet. She's interesting looking. I like the camo bunny hug. That is pretty cool. Very, very neat. What warthog? Yep, she looks happy. Yep, definitely does. And let's get to our next one. And yep, you don't want to mess with this one. He's got fangs, or she, one of the two. And looks pretty awesome. And let's get one more down here. Victoria's Secret, a camo. Oh, okay. Menswear, teeth. Yep. And here's another happy looking one. This one is definitely Piggy doing her thing, wearing a nice blue knit sweater. So that is pretty awesome. I love the pink toes. Definitely doing its thing there. So very, very cool. And our last bacon seed for today will be this one. And that is another one that's wearing, well, this one's got a t-shirt on. So pretty awesome. And thank you, Piggy, for sharing those wonderful bacon seeds. If anyone wants a thistle, I just found a lump of wood in my chauffing in your bed, a lump of wood. That sounds like thistle. Anyway, that is it for there. So let's continue on, and we'll try to have a look around. Now, I've kind of more or less explained where that eruption started from earlier. And of course, these views here from Thorbjorn. This one is showing the movement along the berm area. As you can see there, there's the other part of that vent where it's pouring out. Now it does look like it's subsided a little bit. It's not everything going anymore. We are seeing the bigger ones continuing and maybe even get a little bit bigger, whereas the smaller bodies here, well, this one seems to be getting a little bit bigger at times too. But the smaller ones seem to have died out a little bit. That berm, of course, that was over here. That thing just blew right through it, so that is kind of what the scenario is with that one. Let's see if this is the closer up view of our self vent, and you can see it is working itself like fireworks, so being quite active and producing a lot of extra lava for this area. And that lava, of course, is flowing into town, and that is not a good scenario. So again, this is something that is really, really bad for watching these houses being destroyed and being burnt. And I'm sure in the next 24 hours we'll see the numbers go up. So far, vents just volcano seeds. So are vents just volcano seeds? No, this particular vent is part of the fissure system, or an extension of that fissure. And the fissure is basically about 2 kilometers in length. They're a full circle Florida, and I don't know if you want to call them just seeds, but they're definitely portals of sorts, if you want to call them that. Definitely got some get up and go in some of them too. So very, very not so good. But you can see some of that lava is being thrown quite a ways, the spatter, and we'll likely see a cone build up there when it's doing this kind of thing. And for it to consider building a cone there, that could create some really detrimental problems, especially if this one kept going and we keep going on the other one. This one builds up a cone to protect itself. That lava from the other one will have to flow around the outside of that cone. Which side is it going to go on? The east or west side from the north, obviously. And that will just push lava further into more of the houses. And that is something that, is likely going to happen. Again, this needs to keep going though, right? Longevity is something that we're unaware of, how long it will keep going. Our last eruption wasn't very long. This one could last a lot longer. They did mention that the amounts of magma further down were ample, and that we could see, this thing last for a while if everything keeps being pumped into it. And when we see the continued uplift, that can be somewhat worrisome, as well as that may enlarge these fissures, or it could even start a new fissure somewhere. So the Grindavík volcano, yep, I don't know what else. That is probably the best description of it. The Grindavík fissure is what we would call it for right now, and this being the south vent that we're watching. So how long, that is the question. Yep. And that's the biggest thing that we need to worry about here, to see what the future will hold. And it is terribly, terribly hard to say. And of course, like I said before, this really truly is a heartfelt loss, as I'm just, having been there multiple times through town, and of course stopped at the N1 station, things like this. For some of those that don't know, RUV has an office down there near the docks. I was down by the docks as well, had a look down there, that kind of stuff. So being throughout the town, I did drive around it. I had a look, and all friendly people, very kind, polite, and just, it's a wonderful place. So seeing this happen to it is really, really heartbreaking. And I think back from when we went and got ice cream at the N1 station and the hot dogs, of course, and stuff like that. The fact that the selection, and I had that in my one video there. So that is one of the things that are pretty tough to deal with. And the DJ just said, "Rest in peace, Ludwig." And that was the worker that apparently fell into the fissure and was unable to be found. And we kind of have to wonder about that. But like I mentioned, if the lava flows into that fissure and it gets down into the water, we're going to see some explosive things happening. So I'm hoping that we're not going to see too much in that sense. Let's see. Did I miss Yvonne here somewhere? Or which... Piggy, you just said, yep, Yvonne. Yvonne Heats and Justers is there. I remember the wonderful road trip. And there we go. Okay, I was trying to see, I thought Yvonne Coco was here, and I didn't see her. I'm going, that doesn't make sense. But all good now. Anyway, let's put you back on the multi-screen for now. Of course, the top left, we're looking at the south portion of the vent there and the lava flow and some of the houses that are glowing and burning on fire. The top right is from Huseveld, and that is showing you the activity at where things had started up in the top there, and that has died down a whole bunch already. So that may be a good thing. I don't know, or is that our that might be our southern vent here. They may have moved the camera. And then bottom left is from Thorbjorn, overlooking the from the northwest, looking southeast, and you can see that lava there. Same kind of an affair from the bottom right camera from live from Iceland, and that is what we got going on. And you can see some of the vehicles in the background with their lights on there, the bulldozers and stuff. And now you see a little convoy of vehicles leaving. I don't know where those guys are off to, probably checking things out. But I hope everything is okay for everyone there. Just to let you guys know that it was confirmed that everyone was out of town as of this morning. At just shortly after 4 a.m. Everyone was evacuated and told to get out, and our good man Andri was actually the bus driver for search and rescue, who was being given the police escort to get those people out that didn't have vehicles. So everybody is out, and there's no worries there. It does appear that we do not have any power in Grindavík. We also do not have any heat in Grindavík because of the steam pipes being inundated by lava. So that is kind of where it's at. Anyway, for those good people who are here, if you haven't yet bought that like button, give it a quick shot. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed, consider subscribing. I'm going to go take another break, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes, something like that, or maybe even 8, and we'll see. And here's some music in the meantime. Don't go away, and thank you. And there we go, that microphone is back on. Welcome back everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX on live stream. And let's see, well, we have got all kinds of neat things happening here. So the new eruptive activity, and we'll see what we can come up with. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Mars and Alba Girl, and Leo Carlson is here. Welcome. And Sasha and King Colin and Steph and Going South and Paige. Thank you everyone, as well as Cam 3 Big Lava Flow. Yep. We'll take a look and see what is going on there. Right now we're going through here. So thanks Paul and Piggy and Connie and Roger as well, and Yvonne Heats and Justice, thanks, and John Raper and Sharon Stewart and Sherry Hewitt and Kiran and Jim T. Wow, okay, got them all now, I think, for now. Anyway, let's get at stuff that has all kinds of reports. First off, before we get too carried away here, so that is what we're looking at. We can see the lava flow coming along that berm. You can see that passing here, and of course that is the other portion of that vent. So everything else in between here, the roll of that venting has pretty much died down. We're seeing two major areas here, and then of course we have a very major one over here right beside town, and this one right now is the one that is causing the most grief and damage and destruction. Now, one of the things that we mentioned about was longevity. This is something that we really are unaware of. How long will this last? Are we going to see, this basically drop off and reload again? Or is it going to continue? Are we going to see it build several cones? These are questions we really can't answer at this point. Now, we did have a whole bunch of reports here that we do want to kind of go through, so I'm going to see if we can load some of them, and I know this is going to be pretty tough to get them all in here. I don't want to load too many at once and end up having my computer crash. So I will load the first 3, I guess, yeah, or a 4. We'll load the first 4, and that should be enough to make the commercials go crazy. All right, so let's get over to that, and we'll see what they've got to say here. And there we go, I get into this mess. All right, so first report, Reagan's volcano update, a new hazard map. That was one of the first ones that came in, and of course it definitely showed the areas where that had the most potential for having destructive things going on. And in there, unfortunately, the photo when they load it up there, it isn't as clear as it could be from the original, but it does have some shots here showing you where the fissures are within town, and this is about the right spot for where it has come in, and that I do believe may be the one that is in where it is. Coming kind of following suit on that particular crack, so who knows. Anyway, looking at that, that's what we got there. What else did they have? This is Erta Ale. I'm not interested. Okay, so The IMO updated the hazard map for Grindavík, Schwarzenegger region due to the continuing seismic unrest, and the map shows the 6 basic areas there that they've indicated. So we'll leave that one be, not worry about it. Let's get on to the next one. Next, a volcano update. Evacuation ordered for Grindavík within the next 3 weeks. We can kind of circumvent that because it was indicated at yeah, they're going to have a meeting at the town of Grindavík will be activated 1900 local time on the 15th. Town will be evacuated. Okay, so I don't think they need to worry about that one anymore. And that is kind of what we've got going on there. Okay, and it says here a fatality followed a fall of worker into the crack. Unfortunately, a fatality was confirmed after the fall of the construction worker into the crack. And Director of Civil Protection, Vidar Reinesen, if I said that right, hopefully I did, anyway, announced in the press conference today that he expressed sympathy to the family of the man who fell into the crevice in Grindavík. Wednesday, Justice of Minister of Justice, what is it, Gudrun, and I'm not going to try that last name anyway, also addressed attendees and promised government action to provide evacuated families with housing. All right, so well, they better get that housing happening. She added that she hoped that the town would be safe and habitable again by summer or a fall. Okay, that is, again, this is pre the issue that we've had, so pre-eruption, nobody knew about that. Of course, the evacuation was ordered. Anyway, let's continue on. Slightly different volcanic activity. This is Luotobai Laki-Laki volcano in Flores, Indonesia, and a field report. And of course, Andy and Volcano took another nice, wonderful shot here, showing you what it looks like there. A glowing stream from emissions of the lava on the southern slopes of the volcano. And that is a pretty awesome shot. Here's another one, Strombolian explosions from the summit, and a lava flow at Luotobai Laki-Laki volcano. Yeah, lots of lava coming out there too for them. And this is another one with the billowing ash. You can see here in that particular shot. So busy. This is unrelated. Let's leave it there. Anyway, real quick, the on-site observations from Andy, our expedition guide and a leader for the Volcano Discovery Indonesia, provides us first-hand information about the ongoing activity. The elevated diffusive explosive eruption at the volcano continues. The lava flow on the southwestern flank continues to be active. Strombolian activity at the summit continues to generate glowing ejecta that is being thrown up to several dozens to hundreds of meters above the crater. The eruptive style of this volcano's activity changed from initial phreatic explosions in late December to conventional magmatic type. And the main reason for the conversion is a new batch of gas poor fluidal magma, and it has it's arriving in the summit crater. So the ongoing volcanic tremors suggest continued high effusive rates of magma. and the alert level of the volcano remains at the highest at a level of 4. So that is what we got for that one, and we'll get rid of that. And this is our next report. This is Reykjanes volcano update. New eruption started, and of course that is a shot from the Husafell cam, and we did capture that first 10 or 12 minutes of that, and then we're missing some of it, and then we start again in about 20 minutes later or something like that for recording, I think, or maybe in an hour in a total. But nonetheless, we will have some of that archive footage. We do have that first initial moment where it popped out and things like that, so we can show that at a future date if anyone needs to see it. The new eruption started north of Grindavík early this morning. A fissure opened up, and it's producing an impressive curtain of fire with lava flows spreading out from there. And from what we guesstimated, it's between 50 and 100 cubic meters per second output or flow from there. This is the Husafell cam here, and this is live right now. So they've embedded the live cam. This is not what we were seeing earlier. Let's go see if we can back that up a little bit to the start of it. Unfortunately, this is as far back as we can go. You can see that very, very nice fissure line there, and of course this hill right here, that is just off to the side. That's Hagafeld, and then Thorbjorn is just beyond the highway there. So that is what we were seeing there in this particular eruptive state. Let's leave that be. I'm going to stop that. Actually, I put that back on live there, so we'll leave that, and we'll get to loading the next one, and that should be this one. Let's see what we've got. Get rid of some of these commercials, and yeah, this is from, I believe, the helicopter. Reykjanes volcano update: eruption threatens Grindavík, and there you can see the outflow of that. That is beautiful. And early view of the eruption of the Icelandic, from the Icelandic Coast Guard. So they did the helicopter thing, and we've seen that chopper flying around doing exactly that. You can see how that lava was spreading out, and that is pretty scary. Anyway, and of course here is their shot or depiction of where that berm is, and I thought they were gonna cut that berm this way. Honestly, I thought they would have just used it to protect the dike, but regardless of where that berm is, I mean, it blew right through it, and I don't think that's quite right the way they've got it, because that looks like the intersection isn't quite right, or this may be over just a bit more as far as my estimates or guesstimates are concerned. But anyway, that is the original one, and then the other portion is further down here off the map, and that is kind of what we had. I'm sure they'll correct that in the future stuff, and let's leave that one be. Go to the next. Is unrelated, cool picture but unrelated, and it says the new eruption had started shortly before 8 a.m. Yep, right at 7:57 a.m. in the morning, located southeast of Hagafeld, close to the Grindavík town, and the lava seems to be flowing towards it at this time from a different eruption, from the eruption in December. And it is now the fifth eruption on the Reykjanes Peninsula since the eruptive cycle started in 2021. compared to the violent last one in December, and the output rate of magma seems to be only around 50 to 100 cubic meters per second, or a third to a sixth of the previous one. So a lot less material coming out at a slower rate. However, it is also mean that it might last longer, what something in the next few days or weeks will tell. Okay, unfortunately, seems the lava is already only a few hundred meters from the houses of Grindavík, which was evacuated last night. Some of the lava erupted inside the protective walls. Yep, and the walls have been built in the past weeks to possibly divert the lava from the town. If nothing changes, it could reach Grindavík possibly within half a day. Well, we already know it's done that, so that is already there. And those were the other articles there, and some shots. I'm not going to worry about those. We kind of seen that stuff already. Pretty awesome. Next report was this one here, and this I think was about that fissure. Reagan's volcano update, eruption onset caught on camera. Yep, that is the initial eruption that is there, and I think they did capture it, and they made it into a little time lapse, and you can see that on that particular screen. We can likely make that bigger. This one is okay. So let's replay it again just so you can see that. And yeah, that is pretty quick for the initial pop. So it didn't take long. And as you can see, right in the background here, there's the Husafeld, just the southeastern toe of it, if you will, and the thing right there. And of course, this light over here is that generator light that was taken out, and the berm is right along there. So this progressed and zipped open that whole area from here on south, and that is pretty cool. Let's get out of that, and that gives you a pretty good idea of what was going on there anyway. And we'll continue on here with our next report. And let's see what we got. Next report is this one, email number 6, and wow, more stuff. And this was from the Coast Guard, and this is from taken. There's your harbor, Grindavík Harbor, Grindavík, and you can see the berm is right in there. If we make that a little bigger, I don't think that it's going to matter much, but you can certainly tell where that lava is. And then this was prior to the new fissure opening up here, or wherever it was, and be down here somewhere very close to town, but this was before the thing opened up. So that is kind of where it's at. And if you're looking at that line, and that line, you know, basically is in line here, I don't know. This is not a good scenario if that lava continues to inundate the town. And of course, this is the angle that the fissure is on, and there's also cracks there. So it may open up that whole area a little bit more in the future. We'll see. This is unrelated. Let's leave that be. Iceland Coast Guard posted new aerial images of the flight over of the eruption at dawn, showing how close it is to town. Well, we already know it is right in town, and that is another image here. I don't know if yeah, just basically brings us to another Facebook page and more ads. I don't need that. Okay, we'll leave that be, and we'll get to our next report. And there are lots of them apparently. Too many. And here's the number 7. And let's see. This is kind of showing that the same shot right there, but that is already what we've seen. This one is glowing steam from Grindavík, and there you can see it. That is pretty scary looking. I don't know. Is that from the Blue Lagoon area or someplace? I think that's where that is being taken from. Not 100% sure. Anyway, that is what they've got going on there. Here's another shot, and that is pre the other extension of that fissure opening up. And here you can see the line. So if you can kind of draw that line down here, and we know that it opened up here and took out some houses right along here, or is it over here? I'm trying to know. There's the traffic circle. So yeah, these two houses were already gone. This one was on fire, and I think these ones here had some lava being pushed into them already. So the new extension of that fissure is right in this zone, and that is a pretty good shot that way. This is advancing lava from north of Grindavík, and pardon me. There's the greenhouse, and that is prior. And it seems to be so far that the greenhouse hasn't been touched yet. That berm there is keeping everything out. That a generator was in here, and of course that got overrun and set on fire and melted. And let's see what else we got. And this is unrelated once again. So again, it says pulsating fire fountains are erupting from the 450 meter long spatter rampart. 900 meters from a town, basically, and we know it was longer than that because people have measured it and said, yeah, it's over a kilometer in length, so or almost 2 kilometers in total length. But since then, of course, it's died down a little bit. So that is kind of what we got there. But yeah, these images, pretty cool to see those. Anyway, we'll leave that be, that report. And it is, again, coming up to a break time. Actually, it is a break time. Let's get it back on the multi-screen, and we'll continue to observe it there for now. And of course, I'm going to get rid of a couple of the other reports here. Way too many things open, and we'll continue on. So for the good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please give it a quick bop. Also, if you haven't subscribed, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to go take a break. I'll be back in 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 minutes. Don't go away. More to come after the break. Here's some music. And there we go. That microphone is back on. Wow. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from John and Wormhand and Kiran and Henry and Leo. And Leo has been out on the beach. He's got his barbecue going. And thanks Steph and Connie and Sue and Mars and Michael Olson and Dave, who's here but he's not here. I'm here, or I guess not. Okay, you don't know. Undecided, Dave. Okay. Anyway, thanks Paige and Linda and Wonky Donkey saying welcome back. Yeah, welcome back, Daddy. Sure. And Sharon Stewart, whisper. I hear you, DrFox2000. All right, we got it. And thanks, King Colin and Paul and Gem T and everyone else. I appreciate all of you. And really cool. Yeah, I'm trying to save my voice. My voice isn't doing so well. Thanks, Roger, as well. Anyway. So yeah, the events of today. Most of you are been in here, and it is what it is. Unfortunately, in my opinion, it's a huge loss for our wonderful Grindavík, and I know this is just the onslaught of it's actually the earthquakes were the first part, the fissures opening up, and back in November, and of course when we had the first eruption on the 18th of December, hey, everybody thought, okay, this is cool, it's not a big deal, it's up on the Schwarzenegger upper levels there by what is it? Siligar Fall. If I said that right, I don't know if I said it right. Anyway, up there in that area, and it was all good. North of what is it? Hagefeld, north of that area. So. Is the greenhouse still there? I can't see it, and I think we're going to have to wait till morning light to see what's going on. Greenhouse good for now. Okay, Sarah, all cool. Yeah, it seems that flow has somewhat decided to take its path. A matter of fact, we're not seeing so much flow moving to the west anymore either, although we do see a lava lake that has kind of developed in front of the berm area there. So the berm, in fact, was doing what it was supposed to, except for the place where the fissure decided to pop it and blow right through it when it started. So like a good zipper, it unzipped and it didn't care what was in the way. A little bit of fuzz and away it went. So that is kind of what we're seeing there. Top left camera, of course, is the second part of that fissure, a little further down, very close to Grindavík, between 50 and 30 meters there from the nearest houses that have already been inundated and demolished, burnt up, and overrun by lava. And there's a whole bunch of them in there that have already been damaged and destroyed. So it's, last we heard was about 5 houses, but I'm sure as that lava progresses further into town, it will affect more homes and definitely create more fires and things like that. So these are things to bear in mind. Volcanoes don't care where people build stuff. Exactly, Michael. And that is, kind of the way it is. Anyway, let's do our volcano report for today. We already went through a bunch of the other ones, and there's a multi reports out here, and I've gone through some of the reports that there's just too many for one day here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's that's too many for the show. It just doesn't work. We've got like 10 different reports just on the Rakens. I'm just that's enough. We've gone through 6 or 7 of them, and it's all basically the same thing, just progressing, and we've already gone down that road. So reading all of these reports over and over again is just kind of in a way they're really not giving us much new stuff in the report. It's more work than just leaving it be and actually getting to our meat of the matter. And let's get to the volcano report. We can't make this show last 14 hours. It just doesn't work, and I got things to do yet today. So we're going to go through the volcano report, and then we're going to go very quick with earthquakes and a quick peek at the SO2 maps. And Sue, don't take that the wrong way, please. You've done a wonderful job of sending the information in. It's just, if we go through everything, I won't get any more sleep. I need to do that tonight too, right? So gotta work tomorrow. I'm going back to work tomorrow, and hopefully that is good. It's a break time again. I thought we were going to go do a volcano report. Boy, see, that's what happens. Now we got to take a break. I still haven't finished setting things up. I'm going to do the volcano report here anyway. I realize it was a lot of info. Yep, no worries, Sue. It's overwhelming time-wise, and it is... and I appreciate you sending it in, though. I really do. Anyway, volcano report for late Saturday's volcanic activity. We had 9 volcanoes on the list. Santiaguito in Guatemala, volcanic ash not observed from 1845. Then Luotabay, Laki, Flores, Indonesia, volcanic ash to 8,000 feet, 2,400 meters reported at 1915. We did see that separate report on that one. Sabancaya in Peru, sporadic emissions from 1930 yesterday. And of course, Raken's volcano, multiple reports there. And then Sangay, Ecuador, volcanic ash emissions observed to 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters, 2145. And then Fuego in Guatemala, volcanic ash emissions continue to 16,000 feet, 4,900 meters, reported at 2215. Next is Popocatépetl, central Mexico. Volcanic ash emissions continue to 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters, reported at 2,300. And then Reventador in Ecuador, volcanic ash not observed at 2330. And Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, a new volcanic ash observed to 23,000 feet, 7,000 meters at 2330 yesterday. Okay, so next is Sunday's volcanic activity. We got 9 volcanoes on that list. And volcanic ash, Semeru, East Java, volcanic ash to 14,000 feet, 4,300 meters, reported at 3:15 a.m. and again at 9:30 this morning. And then we've got Fuego in Guatemala, continuing volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet, 4,600 meters, reported at 4:15, and then frequent volcanic ash emissions to 19,000 feet, 5,800 meters, reported at 1,600. Sabancaya in Peru, continuing emissions to light emissions to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters, reported at 5 a.m., unable to detect at 1,700. Luotabai, Laki, Flores Islands. Volcanic ash emissions to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters reported at 5 a.m., 11:15, and 17:15. And then Reykjanes Peninsula, we have another 7 reports there that we're not going to bother with. Popocatépetl, Central Mexico, continuing volcanic ash emissions to 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters, reported at 8:45 this morning. And Sangay in Ecuador, volcanic ash not observed, reported at 9:30. Reventador in Ecuador, possible continuing volcanic ash emissions, reported at 11 a.m. And then Abrams volcano in Vanuatu has a separate report. We did not look at that. We may take a look at that after the break. So I'm going to leave it right on here. Hopefully this thing will not crash again, and we'll give you some music. If you haven't hit that like button yet, help us out. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. That'd be really cool and awesome. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Thanks, everyone. And there we go. And that microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs from Mars and Leo and John and Sue and Dave and Henry and Kiran and Dennis waving as well, and Sophie and Kananaskis country in the house. Thanks Paige and Cookster, Littlefield. Awesome. Okay, thanks everyone. Appreciate that. It is time. Oh, Sharon Stewart's there saying something very quietly. I hear you, nice voice saving. Okay, all right, got it, Sharon. No worries. And thanks going south, and Johnny, and used to be Warner Brothers. Oh, okay. Warner Brothers. All right. Well, those guys are around too. Okay. Yeah. So a quick recap. So of course, we are not even 24 hours into this eruption as of yet. Lots of things have transpired. For the duration, if we go take a look at the closer area there of Grindavík, you can see we now have some more lava flow and some fires burning in there. Why is my mouse not showing up on there? Let's see, where are we? There we are. Make that mouse appear. Okay, and there. All right, and we got it there. So lava flows, and of course that is going to be inundating these homes. We already know that there's 5 homes, 2 right out front here that were completely gone and consumed by the magma, and then I think the one across the street, the short one here, is done in as well. Ooh, what was that? Somebody turned on a filter. Yikes. That is really hard to see. Turn that filter back off. There we go. They're fixing it. Anyway, they're messing with the camera feed, or with the camera. Anyway, lots of stuff going on there. So lava getting in there, and of course we're going to end up watching that continue on that same kind of a trajectory or path. It is going to end up going through. Now somebody was mentioning that well, we know that this is following an old fissure because we've seen where those lines were on the ground, and I'm hoping that whatever this thing is going to do, that it does a minimal amount, but if again, it's a matter of how long will this be prolonged, and will we see the lava continue to pour out for days and days and weeks, or is this a very short-term eruption, just like the one on the 18th of December? So what Looney Tunes on his channel? What? No, what? Only ever puts Looney Tunes? I don't have Looney Tunes here. The tunes I use are all authorized and attribute free. Looney Tunes. All right. I don't know if there was a question. Mary Melodies. What was that? No. You can't remember. Okay, don't worry about it. Anyway, they are all approved. No attribute required type songs that we use. So whatever you hear on here, it's all YouTube library stuff. Anyway, that's kind of what we're seeing as far as the activity there. If we go zoom out, that's the same screen. This one here, of course, you can see the fissure over on the left side, and now they're panning over to the right side conveniently, which is actually good, and we can see what's going on. And you can see there's the other fissure there pouring into town. It looks a lot smaller now, not quite so bright. Here you can see the lights of some of the equipment that is creating berms along the way, and they literally were scrambling to build the berm over here to stop it from coming into town. It did cross over Road 43 a while back. They did get that closed since that was kind of the intention there, to build the berm across it. And at least the lava flow isn't coming this way anymore. The flow has subsided, so we'll likely see it building and piling up over in the east side, right close to the fissure, and starting to make new paths that will end up, in all likelihood, heading south in towards Grindavík as well, since that is downhill. That's where it's going to go. Gravity is going to help it along. Anyway, let's leave that screen. Quick look at where my other ones are. I don't know what happened to. I'm missing one of my screens here, so apparently it got duplicated somehow. Here's the other view from Ruv with all 4 of their cameras, although they seem to be stuck right now for some reason. Let's see if we can get those going. And yeah, I think they're all working now. So that gives you a little bit more perspective of where things are. and kind of gives you a little bit of a view, if you will. And of course, daytime view is much better because you can obviously see a lot more material when that is happening. Anyway, let's put this back over here for a second, and you can see that panning back. As far as we know, the greenhouse is still intact, which is okay, but everything else is kind of doing its thing. Let's have a quick look at earthquakes around the world. I'm not going to spend a heck of a lot of time on that. Just looking real quick, we don't see anything up in the Aleutians or the Kamchatka Peninsula, nothing big. Sliding down the coastline here, we see the first bigger spot, Guatemala 4.2, 47.6 kilometers down, happened at 14:14 today. Further south here, this is in Chile, 5.2, 1808, 126.7 kilometers down for him. And then one in Bolivia, 4.7, 2:54 a.m., 540.9 kilometers down. And nothing down in the South Sandwich Islands. We usually zoom out here, look for anything along the Antarctic rise. I don't see anything there. Nothing in New Zealand that's over a 4. We've got a 3 over here in Fiji, or this is Tonga. The other two will be Fiji. 4.5, 2:30 this morning, 496.9 kilometers down. This other one, Fiji, 4.5, 4 a.m., 5:18, 518 clicks down. Another 4.8 from 1750. Yesterday, 550.8 kilometers down. Moving over a little bit more, nothing new there in Papua New Guinea, and nothing new in most of Indonesia here, going along the fault here all the way up into Myanmar. All good there. This one is fairly close to Halmahera Island, that's right there, and that is a 4.6. Yesterday's 1710, 52.2 kilometers down, and just one quake there, 4.6 in the Philippines, 3:56 a.m., 92.1 kilometers down for him. Moving over, we don't see very much, nothing new on the western side of Japan. That's really good. This one is a 4.1, and that's a Kishimoto area, or well, it's south of that anyway, a long ways south. 368.9 kilometers down. And moving over, we don't see anything new there in China or Afghanistan or any of the other areas here in our Arabian plate, or the Anatolian plate. There, we got it. And the Aegean plate is fine too. I did want to point these out though. We have the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, has a couple of quakes on it, 4.9 from 8:34 today, 10 kilometers down for him. And then one in the Azores, and that's a 4.9 there, and that's from 119, 10 kilometers down for him. And looking up here, we don't see anything new showing up. Everything else was smaller for our stuff in Iceland, and these other ones here, and Dominican Republic and Virgin Islands, those places, and nothing too severe. 3.4, 3.3, Puerto Rico 2.6, that kind of thing. A couple of them there. So we'll leave that be. I know there's a bunch of quakes in Hawaii, but for me to go through all of the new ones, I'm just going to say, hey, you can take a look at the Hawaii map if you want to run through these. I'm going to try to get the show really short here. My throat really hurts bad, and I got to stop talking. That's kind of where I'm at. So yeah, if you need to know, there's some new quake activity there, and some of it is very close to Kilauea, so they may end up getting something happening there as well. So we'll leave that be. And throat spray forward dock, yep, I don't have any though, so that's not going to help me right now. I'm going to go take that break. When we come back, we'll have a very brief look at SO2 and a very brief look at weather. We're going to skip over hunting for the coldest place on the planet, so that is what we need to do. And save my voice box completely here. So anyway, yeah, don't go away. We'll do that quickly after the break, and we'll recap what we can. For right now, though, if you haven't yet, hit that like button, help us out that way. Also, if you haven't subscribed, that'd be cool too. On those friendly notes, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in a few minutes here, so hang in there, guys, and here's some music. I'll be back. there we go. That microphone is back on, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream, and we're on our final little part of our show today. Thank you for the welcome backs from Paige and Leo and Kiran and Sue and Henry and Steph and Dave and Gem T and Mars 2028. Where your voice going, Doctor? And welcome. Come back. I have no idea where my voice is going. It's going sideways. And thank you, Valerie. And click. I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. All right. Thanks, Sharon. And thank you, going south. All right, we did say we were going to do a quick weather deal, so let's get on to finding windy.com. I may have to fix that real quick, so let's go over there and see what is in that particular... nothing. No weather. We got no weather. I will have to capture the weather, and yeah, here we go. Or the SO2 map anyway. There is the map. We will get it going. Show mouse, yep, we want to do that, and or the hamster, and we will continue with going like so. Current temperature here in Edmonton, according to the weather guessers there, say 33 degrees, and say below zero, that is. Monday, minus 19. Tuesday, minus 12 with snowflakies. So a little bit better. Kiran, thank you very kindly for that €5 super chat. Appreciate that. And let me get that written down. Kiran, thank you. Kiran, Murray. There we go. And €5. Thank you very kindly. Appreciate that wonderful support. Okay, so let's get over there. Anyway, windy.com is the site that we use for our SO2, and we're going to make that fairly quick today. Air quality and SO2 is what we open up, and that gives us a pretty good idea of what's going on. So what I'm interested in is just taking quick looks here. Pretty normal stuff from the Kamchatka Peninsula. And it is getting out here, and it is a kind of a mess as far as the way the systems are. We've got a low up here, kind of a low here, and this is all being streamed up by a very heavy ridge coming in from this massive system here, and that is keeping everything kind of SO2 free. And then we see up here in Alaska and the Yukon a little bit up there. Some getting all the way into British Columbia. Alberta makes its own. And then we see not too bad up in Nunavut and Northwest Territories. Saskatchewan, Alberta, and Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Ontario doing fairly well, with the exception down on the bottom of the panhandle here, a little extra SO2. A little bit there in Quebec as well, and Labrador. See a big system sitting in the Hudson's Bay again, not unusual. And looks like a little bit there in Nova Scotia, as well as Newfoundland and New Brunswick, PEI. So they're getting some of that snowstorm that came through yesterday. For the eastern side of the United States has cleared the air out quite a bit for them, so that's all good. Western U.S. Doing very well, with the exception of Los Angeles, a little heavier levels. Down in Mexico, Popocatépetl and Mexico City, of course, still have that plume that is going all the way here into the Atlantic. Interesting how that works. And Central American and Colombian stuff doing their thing. And we move down here a little bit more, and I do believe this is from Sabancaya for the most part, unless I missed a report on something. No, the other one was Abrams and Vanuatu, so we'll leave that one be. But That is a fairly high level, so that is likely from Sabancaya down on the bottom end of Peru here. And moving along a little bit more, normal stuff in Chile. Rio's got a little bit there, and we're seeing extra stuff that is coming out from the melt points. SO2, of course. Snow is a great SO2 trap. It cleans the air, and when it lands and stays frozen, it's all good. Once it melts, though, it creates or releases that SO2 once again, and that is where a lot of this is coming from down here in the Antarctic areas. Anyway, this one here is a Michael volcano, South Sandwich Islands, still doing this. It's a thing, and then we're still seeing a lot of stuff here, and that is from the Antarctic melt. White Isle volcano north of New Zealand, still perking away. Leo's got his barbecue on, we can tell. All that SO2 right there up in the northern area. Leo, you better use a little bit more water there or something. Cool that down a bit. Anyway, the coking plants and everything north of Sydney doing that. And then Tonga still doing its thing. We are still seeing a little bit out here. And again, thinking that this may be a submariner of some sort of volcanic activity or a fissure in underneath the water. Moving over, Abrams and their Vanuatu area, and of course Yasur, Gawaeoba, that's kind of what they call them. That's what we're seeing. Papua New Guinea, a little heavier levels than yesterday, and of course we see this system sitting in northern Australia, kind of drawing all that stuff from Luo-Talak and Luo-Tabi, Laki. They're both kind of getting pulled in there, and that is higher levels of SO2. Looking at Semeru right in there, we're not seeing a very discerned pattern here from Merapi, and looks like yeah, most of this plume is from Jakarta, not so much coming from Krakatau over here. Moving up a little bit more, the winds have changed a little bit, so Amar Rapi is the other one, and that's Amar Rapi right there, doing its thing, so that is pluming upward. And then of course we have what is it, oh, is it a Cinnabung? Yeah, Cinnabung in here, so doing its thing. Moving over to Ibu and Dakono on Halmahera Island, they've toned it down a couple notches and not so much output today, which is really good for the people there. And then of course Mion out here on Luzon Island, that is right there, and we see that plume. And then of course Taal, and of course you got Manila, and a lot of people pollution and industrialized stuff going on there. Some stuff out here in the Japanese islands. And remember yesterday how red that was from China there? A lot of that has moved out here. So that is some of the stuff from China, but hard to discern what's coming from Subanoshijima, although I do see a plume run here. And then of course we do know that our wonderful Sakurajima is still putting out a lot of SO2, and we are also seeing a plume here. This is from ASO, so that is kind of everybody's throwing in their SO2, and not so bad at Tokyo. Very light levels coming out. You can see that's a Sama volcano there west of Tokyo, and that's kind of what we got there. China not looking very good. India, of course, eastern side very bad. Sri Lanka covered today, and again about 3/4 of Pakistan covered with SO2. Nothing from Reunion Island. They've got a storm sitting on top of them, and we know that one was supposed to go actually in between the two islands. Maybe it's still will, but who knows? Hopefully that'll take it easy on them. South Africa still pretty normal from the gold smelting, and looking at the way the wind currents are here. This is Nyamuragira and Nyiragongo, in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, but most of their stuff is going into Rwanda right now, so they are getting higher levels. And Danakil Depression, Urta Ale, right in here, doing its thing. And then, of course, we see the heavy spots here in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, and Iran. That is from the oil refineries. There's also refineries there in Egypt, as well as in Lebanon, and 5 of them up here near Istanbul. And then, of course, the extra SO2 that you see in these areas here is actually from Mount Etna from yesterday, so that is moved in, and that is where our wonderful Yvonne Kunkel is. She should be having a dinner right about now down there at Redenzo. And because of the way it cleared, we can see that Stromboli is putting out a little bit of SO2 as well. Looking at Spain, France, Portugal, most of England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, they're not bad. We do see a little bit here in Belgium, and going through the center of Germany. Looks like Denmark up in the north a little clearer, same as Holland. And then, of course, we got Norway, Sweden, and Finland doing not bad. Now, some of this is stuff that was residual stuff that was coming over yesterday. I don't believe this is anything new here. This is the extra stuff that we've had. So we've got a little bit higher levels showing here at Grindavík, and also the other areas. So there is a little bit of SO2 associated with this last eruption that is ongoing. Anyway, that is kind of what we got going on there, ladies and gentlemen, with SO2 around the world. Just a real quick report on that. Peaking here at Hawaii, same kind of an affair as Iceland. Very, very little SO2 for right now. Let's just pop over to the weather map, and we are going to go take a look at some of the wind currents, and basically just to get an idea. We've got some really heavy ridge lines here. This low, this high, they're kind of working together. It's certainly not keeping us warm. As you can see, we've got that cold inundated all the way into it's headed way down into the US as well, and that's what we got. So yeah, cold up in the north. Hudson's Bay has got that big storm sitting on top of it, and the eastern side of Canada and the US, again a little bit of a confusion and ridge lines here with the systems banging together. Everybody's fighting for a top spot. High sitting out here, keeping the warmer air pumping in, and another high here, trying to pump that warmer air back into that Gulf Stream. And what we're seeing is the low here is actually bringing that warmer air in down in the southern parts. So places like the Canary Islands and getting into Portugal, and not bad for them there. So that is pretty good. Looking at South America, no big storms on their chart. And let's see, do we see any storms? Yeah, we do have a couple storms really quick. And looking at that one I mentioned, I thought it was going to head in between the islands, but I guess not. And that is, what is it, Belel, if I said it right, or Bilal. And we've got 98S over here on the other side doing its thing. Hottest spot on the planet, I'm just going to take a quick peek if it'll show me here. It looks like about 38 right now, and maybe do we have a 39 in Australia? I don't see one. So 38 seems to be the magic number for right now. I didn't notice anything hotter here. Let's just zoom in for a second and see if we have anything that tops it over here, 36s. And no, so Australia wins the heat game, and I'm not even going to try to guess who gets the cold stuff. And I'm sure that somebody will come along and say they found minus 98 in Russia. No, minus 56 already, as what I'm seeing there. It could be a much colder there, but I'm not really hunting for cold temperatures. My voice can't take this, so I'm going to have to call the stream for tonight, and that's it. Minus 63, awesome, Sue, and I'll let you take the trophy home. It's too much for my throat right now. Anyway, that's it for today, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get you back over here. Now, a quick reminder that, we will continue on with the stream at the top of the hour. I have to reset the stream to be able to save it, because the maximum we can save is 12 hours from YouTube. So that is what I will be doing. So you'll see the stream reset at that point in time, and that means a new stream will start. And we appreciate everyone who migrates over from here over to the new stream once it gets going. That'd be really cool and awesome of you. And please don't forget to hit that like button and all that nice stuff again on the new one. That will really be good. On those friendly notes, wow. To recap really quickly, it is a very big deal there with having that lava flowing right into the town of Grindavík, and I do feel really bad in that sense, and like I've said before, because having been there and seen what it's like, and seen the people and interacted with the people, and everything was friendly and positive and all good. It's a very huge shame to see that they're losing portions of the town, and I really wish we could do something for them. There is things like the Red Cross in Iceland that you can use if you do wish to help support them a little bit, that kind of stuff. Also, if the other thing is because this eruption happened when it did, the evacuation, of course, was ordered 4 a.m. Iceland time, and that is 6 hours prior to that is when we heard about it, so at 10 o'clock my time roughly, and of course I did have a few naps in between, but I did not get very good sleep, so that's probably doing my voice in as well. Anyway, let's leave it as that for tonight, and as I said, we're going to leave this stream on until we get it to the flip over point, and then we'll restart the new one. So thank you everyone for being here, and I want to say a big thanks. There's all kinds of people we got to send the big thank you out to, and that is Brian gifted 2 memberships there earlier. Ariane 6 gifted 10. Ivan Borlengi threw in a super chat. Espress threw in a super chat. Yvonne Kunkel threw in a super chat. Wormhand threw in a super chat. Piggy threw in a super chat. Tracy Bills threw in a super chat. Dennis threw in a super chat. Scott Hartman gifted a 10-pack of memberships. Rice and Peas threw in a super chat. Valerie threw in a super chat, and Oz gifted 5 membership there, and Sleepy threw in a super chat, as well as Linda Schoof and Kiran Murray as well. So thank you everyone for your wonderful support. I really do appreciate that help, and that is awesome. And I want to say a big thank you to all of you. A big thank you to our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman and Piggy and Sue and Yvonne Kunkel, and CND Boy, and Siggy, and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and Gura, and the rest of the moderators. Thank you all for helping out. It is awesome. And thanks everyone for being here today. And I'm glad that we could do a little bit of a thing, the show, of course, from this morning on here. We had several shows, or actually, well, even during the nighttime, we did come on a few times to do our stuff. But it's time for me to rest, and actually, it's time for me to go do my laundry. That too. But anyway, let's leave it as that. And thanks everyone for being here. Please take care of yourselves. Be good, be kind, and most of all, as I always say, please, please, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow. Good night, take care, and oink oink!
you.